Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the mystical realm of Draconia, where the ancient peaks of the Skyspire Mountains pierced the clouds and lush valleys nestled between them like emerald jewels, dragons and humans had coexisted in a delicate balance for millennia. The air itself seemed to hum with magic, and the very stones whispered tales of ages long past. It was in this land of wonder and legend that young Lyra, a newly knighted warrior of the Order of the Azure Flame, found herself thrust into a destiny greater than she could have ever imagined. The great conclave was approaching, a centennial gathering where the eldest dragons and wisest human leaders would renew the ancient pact that kept peace between their kinds. As Lyra stood atop the ramparts of Dragonheart's citadel, her silver armor gleaming in the setting sun, she gazed out at the majestic forms of dragons soaring through the twilight sky. Their scales shimmered like living jewels, sapphire, emerald, and ruby as they performed intricate aerial dances in preparation for the upcoming ceremony. Little did Lyra know that at that very moment, dark forces were conspiring to shatter the fragile harmony. In the shadowy depths of the Whispering Caverns, a clandestine meeting was taking place. Hooded figures gathered around a table of black obsidian, their faces hidden in darkness. "The time has come," rasped a voice like grinding stone. "The Ancient One must fall. Only then can we claim what is rightfully ours." As the conspirators plotted, fate wove its threads around Lyra. The young knight found herself assigned to escort Zephyrus, the last of the dragon elders, to the sacred grounds of the conclave. The great dragon's scales were the color of burnished platinum, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless ages. Their journey took them through the heart of the enchanted forest, where trees as old as the world itself reached toward the heavens. Shafts of golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with ever-shifting patterns. As they traveled, Zephyrus shared ancient lore with Lyra, speaking of the days when dragons and humans first forged their alliance. It was on the third night of their journey that disaster struck. As they made camp in a moonlit glade, the air suddenly filled with the twang of bowstrings and the hiss of arrows. Black-clad assassins melted out of the shadows, their weapons gleaming with an unnatural purple sheen that spoke of deadly poison. Lyra sprang into action, her enchanted sword Truthseeker flashing in the moonlight as she parried and struck. But even as she fought with all her skill, she knew it wasn't enough. There were too many, and Zephyrus was their true target. Just as all seemed lost, a dark figure burst from the underbrush, moving with inhuman speed and grace. Twin daggers flashed, and assassins fell like wheat before a scythe. In mere moments, the attack was over, leaving Lyra staring in awe at their savior. The stranger pushed back his hood, revealing a face etched with old scars and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. "I am Roran," he said, his voice low and rough, "once known as the Dragon's Bane, and I fear I've arrived too late to prevent a great calamity." Zephyrus regarded the newcomer with ancient eyes. "Not too late, perhaps," the dragon rumbled, "but events have been set in motion that cannot be easily undone." As the night deepened, Roran revealed the terrible truth. A faction known as the Shadowscale Covenant sought to overthrow the ancient pact, believing that dragons and humans were meant to rule, not coexist. They planned to assassinate Zephyrus and the other elders, plunging the realm into chaos and war. "But why would you help us?" Lyra demanded, her hand still on her sword hilt. "You're called the Dragon's Bane." Roran's eyes filled with sorrow and regret. "I earned that name in my youth, when anger and fear ruled my heart. But I have spent decades atoning for my sins, and now I seek only to preserve the peace I once sought to destroy." As dawn broke, the unlikely trio set out with renewed urgency. Their path took them through treacherous mountain passes and across sun-scorched deserts. At each turn, agents of the Shadowscale Covenant sought to impede their progress, but together they overcame every obstacle. During their journey, Lyra began to feel a strange connection to Zephyrus, as if some long-dormant part of her soul was awakening. In quiet moments, the ancient dragon would gaze at her with an inscrutable expression, as if seeing something hidden from mortal eyes. It was Roran who finally gave voice to what Zephyrus had suspected. As they camped beneath the stars on the eve of the conclave, the former dragon hunter spoke. "There's more to you than meets the eye, young Lyra. I've seen how the very air seems to shimmer around you, how flames leap at your command without you even realizing it." Zephyrus nodded solemnly. "It is as I thought. Lyra, you carry within you the blood of both dragons and humans. In the earliest days of our alliance, there were those who sought to bridge the gap between our kinds more." Literally, Lyra's mind reeled at the revelation. Suddenly, so much about her life made sense: her affinity for magic, her inexplicable dreams of flight, the way dragons had always seemed to regard her with curiosity rather than wariness. "But what does this mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It means," Zephyrus replied, "that you may be the key to saving us all." The next day, as they approached the hallowed grounds of the conclave, they found chaos already unfolding. The Shadowscale Covenant had struck, and battles raged between dragons and humans who until moments ago had been allies. Lyra, Roran, and Zephyrus fought their way to the heart of the conflict, where the leaders of the Covenant were attempting to harness an ancient artifact known as the Dragon Soul Orb. With its power, they sought to subjugate both dragons and humans under their rule. As Roran engaged the Covenant's warriors and Zephyrus battled their corrupt mages, Lyra found herself face to face with the orb itself. Its swirling energies called to the dragon blood within her, threatening to overwhelm her mind. In that moment of crisis, Lyra understood her true destiny. Neither fully human nor fully dragon, she was uniquely positioned to bridge the gap between the two races. With a cry that echoed with the roar of dragons and the defiance of humanity, she seized the orb. Power beyond imagining coursed through her veins. Lyra rose into the air, her eyes blazing with golden fire. When she spoke, her voice carried to every corner of the battlefield. "Enough," she commanded. "For too long, we have allowed fear and mistrust to divide us. But we are stronger together than we could ever be apart." As she spoke, images filled the minds of all present, visions of dragons and humans working together to build wonders, to explore the far reaches of the world, to create a future brighter than either race could achieve alone. The fighting slowly ceased as both sides lowered their weapons, awed by the display of power and the truth of Lyra's words. Even the leaders of the Shadowscale Covenant found themselves unable to resist the vision of harmony she presented. In the days that followed, a new pact was forged, not just of coexistence, but of true partnership between dragons and humans. Lyra, with her unique heritage, became a symbol of this new era and a bridge between the two races. As for Roran, the man once known as Dragon's Bane found redemption at last. He dedicated himself to teaching others the folly of hatred and the strength found in understanding those different from ourselves. And so, in the realm of Draconia, a new age dawned. It was an age of wonders, where the combined strengths of dragons and humans led to achievements beyond imagining. Songs would be sung for generations of Lyra, the peacemaker, of faithful Roran, and of wise Zephyrus, the unlikely trio who had saved not just their own peoples, but the very future itself. As the years passed and Lyra's legend grew, travelers would often gather in taverns throughout the land, eager to hear the tale of how a young knight discovered her extraordinary heritage and changed the course of history. And always, as the storyteller's voice faded and the listeners sat in awed silence, they would swear they could hear, just for a moment, the distant beat of mighty wings in the sky above. Story 2. In the mystical realm of Avalon, where ancient forests whispered secrets to the wind and crystalline streams sang melodies of forgotten magic, a darkness was stirring. The once resplendent kingdom, known throughout the lands for its golden spires and fields of ever-blooming flowers, now trembled on the precipice of ruin. For on the eve of the summer solstice, as the full moon cast its pearlescent glow over the land, an ancient curse awakened, transforming the noble lords and ladies of the realm into savage beasts. In the humble village of Oakenheart, nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, lived Gawain, a young blacksmith with calloused hands and dreams as vast as the star-strewn sky. Little did he know that fate had chosen him to be the unlikeliest of heroes in Avalon's darkest hour. The day began like any other, with Gawain stoking the fires of his forge, the rhythmic clanging of his hammer on steel echoing through the crisp morning air. But as the sun climbed higher, an eerie silence fell over the village. The usual bustle of market day was absent, replaced by an oppressive quiet that sent shivers down Gawain's spine. It was then that he heard a bone-chilling howl that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Rushing to his cottage door, Gawain's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. Lord Cedric, the kindly ruler of their province, was no longer the benevolent figure they all knew. In his place stood a monstrous wolf-like creature, its eyes blazing with feral hunger, its massive form casting a shadow over the terrified villagers. As panic spread through Oakenheart, Gawain found himself thrust into the heart of the chaos. Villagers fled in all directions, their screams piercing the air as more bestial forms emerged from the shadows, once noble knights and ladies, now twisted into grotesque parodies of wolves, bears, and creatures beyond description. In that moment of terror, Gawain's hand fell upon the hilt of a sword he had only just finished forging that morning. As his fingers closed around the grip, a surge of warmth coursed through his arm, and the blade began to emit a soft, silvery glow. Without fully understanding why, Gawain knew that this sword, this moonblade, as he would come to call, it was more than just steel and fire. It was hope. With newfound courage, Gawain raised the glowing sword and charged at the beast that had once been Lord Cedric. The creature's claws raked the air, missing Gawain by a hair's breadth as he ducked and rolled. In one fluid motion, he brought the moonblade up in an arc, its radiant edge slicing through the air. As the blade made contact with the beast's hide, a blinding flash illuminated the village square. When the light faded, Lord Cedric stood before them, human once more, though his eyes were wild with confusion and fear. Word of Gawain's miraculous deed spread like wildfire through the remaining uncorrupted parts of Avalon. Whispers of prophecy and destiny swirled around the young blacksmith, who found himself suddenly thrust into a world far beyond the boundaries of his forge. It was in this tumultuous time that she appeared, Morgana, an exiled sorceress with eyes like swirling pools of midnight and hair as white as freshly fallen snow. She materialized in a swirl of mist before Gawain as he stood guard over the shaken villagers. So, she mused, her voice carrying the weight of centuries, the moonblade has chosen its wielder at last. Tell me, young smith, are you prepared to bear the burden of Avalon's fate upon your shoulders? Gawain, still reeling from the day's events, could only stare in bewilderment. I don't understand. What's happening to our land? And how did I break the curse on Lord Cedric? Morgana's lips curved into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The curse of Avalon's crowned boy, an ancient magic born of betrayal and sealed away eons ago. But now it has awakened, and only the moonblade forged in innocence and tempered by destiny can break its hold. As Morgana spoke, she wove a tale of Avalon's hidden history, of how the first king, in his lust for power, had struck a bargain with dark forces, gaining immortality at the cost of his humanity and that of his descendants. The curse had lain dormant for generations, kept at bay by powerful wards, until now. But why me? Gawain asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm no hero, no chosen one. I'm just a blacksmith. Fate, Morgana replied, often chooses the most unexpected vessels for its grand designs. The moonblade would not have awakened for you if you are not worthy. And so began Gawain's journey across the blighted landscape of Avalon. With Morgana as his guide, her motives as inscrutable as her ageless eyes, he set out to break the curse that gripped the land. Their path was fraught with peril. In the Whispering Woods, they battled twisted dryads whose once nurturing nature had been corrupted into malevolence. Atop the frost-fanged peaks, they outwitted a clan of ice giants driven mad by the curse's influence. And in the depths of the obsidian caverns, they faced shadowy reflections of themselves, manifestations of their deepest fears and regrets. With each challenge, Gawain grew not just in skill, but in understanding. He learned to channel the Moonblade's power, to sense the ebb and flow of magic that pulls through the very earth beneath his feet. And as he did, he began to see the world through new eyes, the intricate web of connections that bound all living things, the delicate balance between light and shadow. But it was not just external foes they faced. As they traveled, Gawain found himself increasingly troubled by Morgana's secretive nature. There were moments when her eyes would flash with an emotion he couldn't quite name, a hunger, perhaps, or a deep-seated pain. And always, she seemed to know more than she was telling. Their journey culminated in the heart of Avalon, the ancient capital city of Camelot. Once a shining beacon of hope and chivalry, it now stood as a grotesque monument to the curse's power. The golden spires were tarnished and twisted, the streets echoed with bestial howls, and at its center loomed the palace, a dark, forbidding fortress that pulsed with malevolent energy. As they stood before the palace gates, Morgana turned to Gawain, her face a mask of determination. "This is where our paths must diverge, young smith. The final battle is yours alone to face." Gawain's heart raced as he realized the truth that had been growing within him throughout their journey. "It's you, isn't it?" he said softly. "You're the source of the curse. The first queen, bound to the dark bargain for all these centuries." A single tear traced its way down Morgana's cheek as she nodded. "I have waited an eternity for one pure enough of heart to forge the Moonblade, to end this curse once and for all. You must strike me down, Gawain. It is the only way." But Gawain, who had learned compassion alongside courage on his journey, saw beyond the sorceress's words. With a clarity that surprised even himself, he understood what needed to be done. Raising the Moonblade high, its silvery light filling the courtyard, Gawain spoke words that seemed to come from the very soul of Avalon itself. "I release you," he intoned, his voice resonating with power. "From guilt, from pain, from the chains of the past. Be free, Morgana, and let Avalon be healed." The Moonblade's glow intensified, becoming a beacon that pierced the very heaven. Wave after wave of pure, cleansing energy pulsed outward, washing over the corrupted land. As it did, the bestial forms of nobles and common folk alike melted away, leaving stunned but human figures in their wake. Morgana gasped, feeling the dark magic that had sustained and tortured her for so long dissipate like mist in the morning sun. For the first time in millennia, she felt the weight of years settle upon her, and a smile of true joy and peace graced her lips as she began to fade from sight. "Thank you," she whispered, her form becoming translucent. "You have saved us all, Gawain the pure-hearted. May Avalon flourish under your guidance." As the last echoes of magic faded, Gawain found himself surrounded by the newly restored people of Avalon. Nobles and peasants alike looked to him with awe and gratitude, recognizing in this humble blacksmith the leader they had always needed. And so it was that Gawain, the reluctant hero with a heart of gold and a blade of silver, became the new king of Avalon. Under his wise and compassionate rule, the kingdom entered a new golden age, where the mistakes of the past served as lessons for a brighter future. In taverns and great halls alike, bards would sing of Gawain's great deeds for generations to come. But those who knew him best would speak not just of his bravery in battle, but of the kindness and wisdom that truly made him a king for the ages. For in the end, it was not the sword that had saved Avalon, but the pure heart of a simple blacksmith who dared to see beyond curses and crowns to the humanity that lay beneath. Story 3. In the misty depths of time, when magic still coursed through the veins of the world like lifeblood, the realm of Albion stood as a beacon of light and hope. But as the first stars of autumn twinkled in the twilight sky, a chill wind swept across the land, carrying with it whispers of a long-forgotten darkness. Morgana, the most powerful sorceress to ever walk the earth, had returned from her millennial exile. On the windswept shores of Tintagel, where ancient stones stood sentinel against the relentless sea, a young druid named Aeros felt the shift in the very fabric of reality. Her emerald eyes widened as visions of impending doom flooded her mind, cities aflame, forests withering, and at the center of it all, a figure wreathed in shadow and crackling with unholy power. As Iris fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the weight of prophecy, a dark figure emerged from the mists, clad in armor as black as a moonless night. His eyes glowing with an eerie amber light, stood Mordred the Fallen Knight, once champion of Morgana herself. "You feel it too, little druid," he said, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. "The end of all things approaches." Iris scrambled to her feet, staff at the ready. "Stay back, creature of darkness. I'll not let you bring harm to these lands." But Mordred made no move to attack. Instead, he let out a bitter laugh. "Harm, child? I seek to prevent the very apocalypse you've foreseen. Morgana's return spells doom for us all, even those who once served her. And so began an unlikely alliance, forged in the crucible of necessity. Iris, the last heir to the druidic traditions of old, and Mordred, the cursed knight seeking redemption, set out on a perilous quest to thwart Morgana's dark designs. Their journey took them across the breathtaking and treacherous landscape of Albion, through the mist-shrouded forests of Brocelion, where ancient trees whispered secrets of forgotten lore. They sought the first fragment of Excalibur, the legendary sword, now shattered, that alone held the power to challenge Morgana's might. In the shadowy depths of the forest, they encountered the Lady of the Lake, her form shimmering like sunlight on water. Her ageless eyes regarded the unlikely pair with a mixture of amusement and gravity. "So," she mused, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves, "the wheel of fate turns once more. Tell me, children of destiny, why should I entrust you with a shard of the greatest weapon ever forged?" Iris stepped forward, her voice clear and unwavering. "Because, my lady, if we fail, there will be no more lake for you to guard, no more forest to call home. Morgana's darkness will consume all." The lady's gaze shifted to Mordred, who stood silent, his face a mask of stoic determination. "And you, Fallen Knight, what redemption do you seek in this quest?" Mordred met her eyes unflinchingly. "I seek no redemption for myself, my lady. I seek only to undo the evil I once helped unleash upon this world." A smile played at the corners of the lady's lips. With a graceful gesture, she summoned forth from the depths of her lake a gleaming shard of metal, the first piece of Excalibur. As Iris grasped it, she felt raw power surge through her very being. But their victory was short-lived. As they emerged from Brocelion, they found a land already beginning to wither under Morgana's influence. Fields lay barren, villages stood empty, and an oppressive gloom hung in the air like a shroud. Their path led them next to the windswept peaks of Snowdonia, where eagles soared on currents of magic, and the very mountains themselves seemed to shift and change. Here, they sought the descendants of the Knights of the Round Table, the only warriors with the strength and nobility to wield the restored Excalibur. In a hidden valley, they found not proud knights, but a scattered tribe of survivors, clinging to life in the harsh mountain realm. Their leader, a fierce woman named Guinevere, eyed the travelers with suspicion. "Why should we trust you?" she demanded, her hand never straying far from her sword hilt. "One of you bears the stench of dark magic, and the other. You're but a child playing at being a hero." Iris felt a spark of indignation, but before she could retort, Mordred stepped forward. To everyone's shock, he knelt before Guinevere, head bowed. "You are right not to trust me," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries of regret. "I have done unspeakable things in Morgana's name, but now I come before you not as an enemy, but as a supplicant. Help us save this land, the land your ancestors swore to protect." His words struck a chord. One by one, the descendants of the great knights pledged their swords to the cause. As their company grew, so too did the challenges they faced. Morgana's influence spread like a cancer across the land. They battled shadow wraiths in the ruins of Camelot, outwitted treacherous shapeshifters in the markets of Londinium, and braved the perilous lands where reality itself seemed to warp and twist. With each trial, Iris felt her powers growing, the ancient druidic magic awakening in her blood. And Mordred, much to his own surprise, found himself remembering what it meant to fight for something greater than himself. Their final confrontation with Morgana loomed as they approached the mystical Isle of Avalon. The very air crackled with eldritch energy as storm clouds gathered overhead, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and angry red. As they stood on the shores, facing the mist-shrouded island, Irelis turned to her unlikely companion. "Mordred," she said softly, "whatever happened, thank you for showing me that even the darkest heart can find its way back to the light." Mordred's usually stern features softened for a moment. "And thank you, little druid, for reminding an old, bitter fool what it means to hope." With a flash of lightning and a deafening crack of thunder, the mists parted to reveal Morgana in all her terrible glory. Her beauty was unearthly, her power palpable in the very air around her. "My wayward champion," she purred, her eyes fixed on Mordred. "Have you come crawling back, begging forgiveness?" Mordred's grip tightened on his sword. "No, Morgana. I've come to end this madness, to end you." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Irelis called forth the primal magics of the earth, while the knights fought with a valor not seen since the days of Arthur himself. Mordred, fueled by centuries of pent-up rage and regret, matched Morgana blow for blow. But it was not enough. Morgana's power seemed limitless, fueled by the very darkness she sought to unleash upon the world. As hope began to fade, Irelis realized what needed to be done. Raising the reassembled Excalibur high, she called out to Mordred. Their eyes met, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. With a nod, Mordred turned to face Morgana one last time. As the sorceress prepared to deliver a killing blow, Mordred dropped his guard. Morgana's spell struck him full in the chest, but even as life fled from his body, he managed to grasp her arm. In that moment of contact, Irelis plunged Excalibur through both Mordred and Morgana. A blinding light erupted from the blade, accompanied by a scream that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. When it faded, Morgana was gone, and with her, the darkness that had threatened to consume all of Albion. But the victory came at a great cost. Mordred lay still upon the ground, a faint smile on his lips as he gazed up at the clearing sky. "It seems," he whispered, "that I found my redemption after all." As dawn broke over Avalon, painting the world in hues of hope and renewal, Irelis stood with the knights, watching as Mordred's body was borne away by the mists, perhaps to join the ranks of heroes in some otherworldly hall. In the years that followed, Albion flourished once more. Irelis became a great leader, bridging the worlds of magic and humanity. And in taverns and great halls alike, bards sang of the unlikely heroes who had saved the world, the young druid with eyes like emerald fire, and the dark knight who found redemption in sacrifice. For in the end, it was not just Excalibur that had turned the tide, but the unbreakable bonds of friendship forged in the crucible of adversity. And as long as such bonds existed, there would always be hope, even in the darkest of times. Story 4. In the realm of Ethoria, where the mountains kissed the clouds and ancient forests whispered secrets to the wind, a war as old as time itself raged between the elves of the Silverleaf Kingdom and the dwarves of the Iron Halls. For centuries, their conflict had scarred the land, turning lush valleys into battlefields and clear streams into rivers of sorrow. It was into this world of strife that Thorn was born, a human child abandoned at the crossroads between the two warring realms. Raised by a kindly hermit in the neutral borderlands, Thorn grew into a young man with a heart that yearned for peace and eyes that saw beauty in both elven grace and dwarven craft. On the eve of his 18th year, as the twin moons of Ethoria aligned in a celestial dance not seen for a millennium, Thorn's destiny was set in motion. The night air thrummed with an otherworldly energy as he slept, and in his dreams, a figure of blinding light appeared. "Thorn," the entity spoke, its voice like the chiming of crystal bells. "You have been chosen. The fate of Ethoria rests in your hands." When Thorn awoke, he found a small, pulsing crystal shard nestled in his palm. Its facets shimmered with colors he had no names for, and within its depths, he could see fleeting visions of both elven spires and dwarven halls. "The crystal heart," he whispered in awe, recognizing the artifact from ancient legends. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground began to tremble. In the distance, Thorn could see columns of smoke rising from both the elven and dwarven lands. The war had escalated, and with it, the very fabric of Ethoria was beginning to unravel. Guided by an instinct he couldn't explain, Thorn set out on a perilous journey to the fabled Crystal Forest. Legend spoke of its power to unite or destroy both races, and Thorn knew that the shard he carried was the key to unlocking its secrets. His path took him first through the Whispering Glades, where the very trees seemed to bend and shift, creating illusions to confuse and misdirect. Here, Thorn encountered Elindra, an elven scout with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. "Human," she hissed. Arrow knocked and aimed at his heart. "What business have you in these lands?" Thorn raised his hands slowly, the crystal shard glimmering between his fingers. "I seek to end this war," he said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Will you help me, or will you strike me down where I stand?" Elindra's eyes widened as she beheld the shard. Lowering her bow, she knelt before Thorn. "The prophecy speaks true," she murmured. "Lead on, crystal bearer. My bow is yours." Together, they traversed the treacherous Mistweave Mountains, where reality itself seemed to bend and warp. It was here that they encountered Grimlock, a dwarven battlemage whose beard was braided with runes of power. "By me father's forge," Grimlock exclaimed, his war hammer crackling with arcane energy, an elf and a human, hand in hand. "What trickery is this?" Before conflict could erupt, Thorn stepped forward, the crystal shard pulsing with an otherworldly light. "No trickery, Master Dwarf," he said, his voice carrying an authority that surprised even himself. "Only hope for a future without bloodshed." Grimlock's bushy eyebrows rose as he beheld the shard. With a gruff nod, he lowered his hammer. "Aye, lad, the old stories do speak of such a thing. If there's even a glimmer of hope to end this blasted war, count me in." As their unlikely trio pressed on, Thorn found himself plagued by visions. He saw glimpses of a shared past, when elves and dwarves worked together to create wonders beyond imagining. But he also saw darker futures, worlds consumed by hatred, where neither race survived the inferno of their own making. Their journey was fraught with peril. They battled shadow wraiths in the caverns of echoing despair, outwitted the trickster spirits of the Laughing Falls, and braved the scorching winds of the searing wastes. With each trial, the bond between them grew stronger, transcending the ancient hatreds of their peoples. At last, they stood before the shimmering barrier that marked the entrance to the Crystal Forest. Its trees gleamed like polished gems, their leaves chiming softly in an unfelt breeze. "Only the crystal bearer may enter," Elindra said softly, her hand resting on Thorn's shoulder. "But know that our hopes go with you." Grimlock nodded gruffly, his eyes suspiciously moist. "Aye, lad, show em what a human's made of." With a deep breath, Thorn stepped through the barrier. The world around him shifted, becoming a kaleidoscope of color and light. At the heart of the forest stood an ancient tree, its trunk formed of intertwining crystal strands. As Thorn approached, he saw that a piece was missing from its core, a piece that matched perfectly with the shard he carried. With trembling hands, he raised the shard to fill the gap. The moment the crystal slid into place, Thorn's mind exploded with visions. He saw the entirety of Ethoria's history unfold before him, the beauty of its creation, the tragedy of its division, and every possible future that lay ahead. In that moment of cosmic understanding, Thorn knew what he had to do. But the choice before him was one that would shape the fate of the world forever. He could use the Crystal Heart's power to force peace upon the land, binding elf and dwarf alike to his will. It would end the war in an instant, but at the cost of free will. Or he could shatter the heart, dispersing its power across Ethoria. This would give both races the chance to choose peace for themselves. But it also risked the continuation of the conflict. As Thorn stood at the crossroads of destiny, he thought of Elindra's grace and Grimlock's strength. He remembered the beauty he had seen in both elven and dwarven lands, and the potential for greatness when they worked together. With a deep breath, Thorn made his choice. He placed his hands upon the crystal heart and channeled every ounce of hope and love he had experienced on his journey. The crystal began to pulse, growing brighter and brighter until it shattered in a nova of radiant energy. As the light faded, Thorn found himself back at the edge of the Crystal Forest. Elindra and Grimlock rushed to his side, their faces etched with concern. "What happened, lad?" Grimlock asked, steadying Thorn as he swayed on his feet. I gave them a choice, Thorn replied, his voice hoarse. The power of the crystal heart now flows through all of Ethoria. It's up to your peoples to decide what to do with it. In the days that followed, a strange peace settled over the land. Elves and dwarves alike found themselves able to see the world through each other's eyes, to feel the pain and joy of their ancient enemies. It wasn't an instant solution, but it was a start. Thorn, hailed as a hero by both races, declined offers of wealth and power. Instead, he chose to travel the land, sharing his story and helping to bridge the gap between elf and dwarf wherever he went. And so, in taverns and great halls throughout Ethoria, bards sing of Thorn the Peacemaker, the human orphan who showed two ancient races that the truest magic of all lies not in crystal shards or mystical forests, but in the power of understanding and the courage to choose a better path. As for the crystal forest, it remains a place of wonder and mystery. Some say that on nights when the twin moons align, you can still hear the echoes of Thorn's choice rippling through its gleaming boughs, a reminder that the fate of the world often rests not in grand gestures or mighty magics, but in the simple, profound power of compassion and hope. Story 5. In the enchanted realm of Ethoria, where ancient magics whispered through towering forests and crystalline rivers sang with forgotten melodies, a darkness long dormant began to stir. As the first crimson rays of dawn painted the sky, young Lyra stood atop a grassy knoll, her keen emerald eyes scanning the misty horizon. Little did she know that her humble life as a shepherd's daughter was about to be forever changed by the echoes of a destiny written in the stars. The air grew thick with an otherworldly chill as tendrils of inky blackness crept across the land, withering flowers and silencing bird song in their wake. Lyra's heart raced as she witnessed the unnatural phenomenon, her instincts screaming of an impending doom that threatened to engulf all she held dear. With trembling steps, she descended the hill towards her village, the weight of foreboding heavy upon her shoulders. As she reached the outskirts, a cacophony of screams and clashing steel assaulted her ears. Shadow wraiths, ethereal beings of darkness and malice, poured through the streets, their hollow eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger for life itself. Amidst the chaos, a weathered warrior with silver-streaked hair fought valiantly, his blade a blur of righteous fury. Lyra, he bellowed, cleaving through a wraith with practiced ease. You must flee. The prophecy, it's coming to pass. Confusion etched itself across Lyra's features as she dodged a spectral claw. What prophecy, Thorn? What's happening? The grizzled warrior parried another attack, his eyes flashing with a mix of sorrow and determination. There's no time. You must reach the Whispering Glade. Seek out the Sword of Dawn. It's our only hope. Before Lyra could protest, Thorn thrust a weathered map into her hands and shoved her towards the forest's edge. Go, child. The fate of Ethoria rests in your hands. With one last anguished look at her burning village, Lyra plunged into the depths of the Everwood, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. As she ran, the warrior's words echoed in her mind, igniting a spark of destiny that would soon blaze into an inferno. For 3 days and nights, Lyra traversed the perilous forest, guided by the faint glow of an inner light she never knew she possessed. On the dawn of the 4th day, she stumbled into a clearing bathed in an ethereal radiance. At its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like grasping fingers. As Lyra approached, the trunk split open with a thunderous crack, revealing a chamber hewn from living wood. Within, suspended in a shaft of golden light, floated a sword of breathtaking beauty. Its blade shimmered with the essence of 1,000 dawns, its hilt adorned with intricate runes that pulsed with barely contained power. With trembling fingers, Lyra grasped the sword's hilt. A surge of energy coursed through her veins, and visions of ancient battles and long-forgotten truths flooded her mind. She saw the rise and fall of kingdoms, the triumphs and tragedies of her ancestors' queens, who had wielded this very blade in defense of Ethoria. As the visions subsided, Lyra found herself changed. Gone was the timid shepherd's daughter, replaced by a warrior queen reborn. With newfound purpose, she set out from the Whispering Glade, the sword of dawn thrumming with anticipation at her side. Her journey led her through treacherous mountain passes and across sun-scorched deserts, each step bringing her closer to her destiny. Along the way, she encountered creatures of legend, majestic griffins soaring through cloud-capped peaks, and wise trents whose roots delved deep into the heart of the world. It was in the shadow of the Obsidian Citadel, stronghold of the Usurper King, that Lyra's path converged with that of Thorn once more. The once proud warrior now bore the weight of exile, his noble features marred by a jagged scar, a testament to his fall from grace. "I had hoped to spare you this burden," Thorn confessed as they made camp beneath the stars. "But the blood of queens flows through your veins, Lyra. You are the last of an ancient line, destined to reclaim the throne and vanquish the darkness that threatens to consume us all." Lyra's grip tightened on the Sword of Dawn, its warm glow a stark contrast to the encroaching shadows. "How can I hope to defeat an enemy I barely understand?" she asked, vulnerability creeping into her voice. Thorn's eyes softened as he regarded the young woman before him. The true power of the sword lies not in its blade, but in the heart of the one who wields it. Your compassion, your courage, these are the weapons that will turn the tide. As dawn broke, Lyra and Thorn stood before the gates of the Obsidian Citadel, an army of shadow wraiths arrayed against them. At their head stood a figure cloaked in darkness, the Shadow Lord himself, his very presence a blight upon the land. So, the Shadow Lord's voice slithered through the air like poisoned honey. The last scion of a dead dynasty comes to reclaim her birthright. How quaint. Lyra raised the Sword of Dawn, its light cutting through the gloom like a beacon of hope. "I come not for a throne, but for the people of Ethoria. Your reign of darkness ends today." With a bone-chilling shriek, the Shadow Lord unleashed his wraiths upon them. Lyra and Thorn fought back to back, their blades carving swaths through the spectral horde. For every wraith they felled, two more seemed to take its place, an endless tide of darkness threatening to overwhelm them. As exhaustion began to take its toll, Lyra felt a surge of warmth emanate from the Sword of Dawn. Memories of her ancestors flooded her mind once more, their strength and wisdom flowing through her like liquid fire. With a defiant cry, she thrust the blade skyward. A column of pure light erupted from the sword, piercing the veil of shadows that had shrouded Ethoria for so long. The wraiths recoiled, their ethereal forms dissipating like mist before the sun. The Shadow Lord howled in fury and pain, his power crumbling beneath the onslaught of dawn's first light. In that moment of weakness, Thorn lunged forward, his blade finding its mark in the Shadow Lord's obsidian heart. With a final, ear-splitting screech, the embodiment of darkness crumbled to ash, scattered by a warm breeze that heralded the return of hope to the land. As the dust settled, Lyra gazed upon the liberated citizens of Ethoria emerging from the citadel's depths. Their eyes, so long dulled by oppression, now shone with renewed vigor and joy. Thorn knelt before her, offering up his sword in fealty. "My queen," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "Ethoria is yours to rule, as it was always meant to be." Lyra gently raised him to his feet, a soft smile gracing her lips. "No, Thorn, Ethoria belongs to all of us. The time of singular rulers has passed. Let us forge a new path, one of unity and shared wisdom." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, bathing the land in its warm embrace, Lyra and Thorn stood side by side atop the citadel's highest tower. Below them, the people of Ethoria began the monumental task of rebuilding their shattered realm. The Sword of Dawn hummed contentedly at Lyra's hip, its purpose fulfilled, but its legacy far from over. For in the hearts of every Ethorian, a spark of its light now burned, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope would always find a way to dawn anew. And so, as minstrels would sing for generations to come, began the golden age of Ethoria, a time of peace, prosperity, and magic, born from the courage of a humble shepherd's daughter who dared to embrace her destiny and bring light to a world shrouded in shadow. Story 6. High above the world, where clouds danced with starlight and the air sparkled with magic, floated the majestic city of Aeros. Its gleaming spires and gossamer bridges defied gravity, suspended in an eternal waltz with the sky. At the heart of this aerial marvel pulls the wind crystal, a relic of immense power that tethered the city to the heavens and imbued its people with the gift of flight. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow across Aeros' crystal domes, Arya stood at attention atop the highest tower of the celestial citadel. Her iridescent wings, a mark of the elite Sky Guard, shimmered in the early morning light. For generations, her family had sworn to protect the wind crystal, and now that sacred duty fell to her. But on this fateful morning, as Arya's keen eyes scanned the horizon, an unsettling stillness gripped the air. The usual symphony of wind chimes and fluttering banners had fallen silent, replaced by an eerie calm that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a thunderous crack shattered the silence. Arya whirled around, her heart pounding, to see a hooded figure standing before the wind crystal's chamber. Time seemed too slow as the intruder's hand closed around the pulsing gem. Silas, Arya gasped, recognizing the face of her former comrade, a man she had mourned as dead for years. His eyes, once warm and kind, now burned with a cold determination. "Forgive me, Arya," he whispered. His voice carried on a gust of wind. But Aeros must fall for the world to heal. Before Arya could react, Silas leapt from the tower, the wind crystal clutched to his chest. As he plummeted towards the earth far below, the city gave a sickening lurch. Panic erupted in the streets as Aerosians felt their connection to the sky begin to unravel. With no time to waste, Arya spread her wings and dove after Silas. The wind roared in her ears as she plummeted through layers of clouds, watching helplessly as her quarry vanished into the mist-shrouded lands below a realm no Aerosian had set foot upon for centuries. As Arya broke through the cloud barrier, the lush expanse of the surface world sprawled before her. Ancient forests, winding rivers, and rolling hills painted a landscape so vast and wild it took her breath away. But there was no time to marvel at the view. With each passing moment, she could feel Aeros' magic waning, her wings growing heavier. Pushing through her fear, Arya landed in a clearing, her legs wobbling as they touched solid ground for the first time. The air here was thick and humid, filled with the earthy scents of soil and vegetation. As she took her first tentative steps, the rustling of leaves made her spin around, wings flaring defensively. From the shadows of the forest emerged a woman, unlike any Arya had ever seen. Her skin was the deep brown of rich earth, adorned with swirling tattoos that seemed to shift like growing vines. Flowers and leaves were woven into her long, wild hair, and her eyes held the wisdom of ancient trees. "I am Gaia," the woman spoke, her voice as melodious as a babbling brook. "Protector of these lands and keeper of nature's balance. Why do you trespass here, sky dweller?" Arya straightened, pushing aside her awe and discomfort. "I am Arya of the Sky Guard. A thief has stolen our wind crystal and fled to these lower realms. Without it, my people will perish as our city falls from the sky." Gaia's expression darkened, a storm gathering in her eyes. "And what of my people, Sky Dweller? What of the lands your floating paradise has cast into eternal shadow? The rivers that run dry, the forests that wither, all to fuel your crystal's insatiable appetite for magic." The accusation struck Arya like a physical blow. Could it be true? Had the prosperity of Aeros come at such a terrible cost? She thought of Silas' parting words and felt a seed of doubt take root in her heart. I didn't know," Arya stammered, her wings drooping. "Please, help me find Silas and the crystal. There must be a way to right this wrong without condemning my people to death." Gaia studied Arya for a long moment, reading the sincerity in her eyes. Finally, she nodded. "Very well. I will guide you through these lands, but be warned the path ahead is fraught with dangers your sky-born eyes have never seen." And so began a journey that would challenge everything Arya thought she knew. As they trekked through dense jungles and across parched wastelands, Gaia opened Arya's eyes to the beauty and fragility of the surface world. They encountered creatures of legend, wise trents who whispered secrets of ages past, mischievous sprites that danced on moonbeams, and even a slumbering dragon whose scales glittered like precious gems. But with each step, the signs of decay became more apparent. Rivers ran shallow and murky. Great swaths of forest stood barren and lifeless, and the very air seemed to hang heavy with despair. Arya's heart ached as she realized the true cost of Aeros' elevated existence. As night fell on the third day of their quest, Arya and Gaia made camp at the base of a great mountain. The distant silhouette of Aeros was barely visible, a fading star in the twilight sky. "Tell me," Arya asked as they sat by the flickering campfire, "why were you exiled from your people?" Gaia's eyes reflected the dancing flames as she spoke. "I was not exiled. I chose to remain when others fled underground to escape the blight caused by your floating city. I believed that by staying, by nurturing what life remained, I could one day restore balance to our world." Arya fell silent, humbled by Gaia's unwavering dedication. As sleep finally claimed her, she dreamed of a world where sky and earth existed in harmony, where the wind crystal's power flowed freely between realms. Dawn broke with a clap of thunder that shook the very ground. Arya and Gaia scrambled to their feet, gazing up at the mountain's peak, where storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed. "Silas," Arya breathed, sensing the familiar pulse of the wind crystal's magic. They raced up the mountainside, jumping from ledge to ledge with desperate speed. As they neared the summit, the wind howled with increasing fury, threatening to sweep them off the narrow path. At last, they crested the peak to find Silas standing at the edge of a precipice, the wind crystal hovering before him. Tendrils of earth and sky magic swirled around him, clashing in a maelstrom of raw power. "Stop!" Arya cried out, her voice nearly lost in the tempest. "Silas, please. This isn't the way." Silas turned, his eyes wild with pain and purpose. "Can't you see, Arya? The crystal's power was never meant to be hoarded by Aeros alone. It must be returned to the earth, to heal the wounds we've inflicted, and doom countless innocents in the process." Arya countered, inching closer. There must be another way. It was Gaia who stepped forward, her calm presence a stark contrast to the chaos around them. "The Sky Dweller speaks true, Silas. Destruction is not the path to healing, but neither can things remain as they are." With a gesture of her hands, roots burst from the ground, wrapping around the wind crystal. At the same time, Arya summoned every ounce of her sky-born magic, creating a vortex of wind that enveloped the gem. The crystal pulsed, brighter and brighter, as earth and sky magics merged within it. Arya, Gaia, and Silas were thrown back by a blinding flash of light that illuminated the entire world for one breathtaking moment. As the light faded and their vision cleared, they beheld a miracle. The wind crystal had transformed, now swirling with hues of both earth and sky. Streams of magic flowed from it, breathing life back into the withered lands below, while simultaneously rejuvenating the faltering city above. Arya gasped in wonder as she felt her connection to Aeros strengthen, but in a new way, one that was intrinsically linked to the ground beneath her feet. She could sense the flow of magic between realms, a perfect balance of give and take. Silas fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I never thought. I only wanted to save our world." Gaia placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "And so you have, brave one. Not through destruction, but by bridging the divide between sky and earth as the sun rose on a new era." Arya, Silas, and Gaia stood united, guardians of a reborn world. The city of Aeros slowly descended from the heavens, coming to rest upon great pillars of living stone. Its crystal spires intertwined with ancient trees, creating a harmonious blend of nature and architecture that took Arya's breath away. In the years that followed, Aerosians and surface dwellers alike worked to heal the scars of the past. The wind crystal, now known as the Heart of Unity, stood as a testament to the power of balance and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to challenge the boundaries between worlds. And so, as bards would sing for generations to come, the fall of Aeros led not to destruction, but to the rise of a greater kingdom, one where the whispers of the wind carried the wisdom of the earth, and where the dreams of the sky nurtured the roots of a brighter future. Story 7. In the mystical Twilight Isles, where day and night danced in perpetual balance, the young oracle Selene awoke with a start. Her silver hair shimmered in the eternal twilight as visions of impending doom flooded her mind. The sacred equilibrium was about to shatter, plunging the world into an endless night. Celine's amethyst eyes widened as she gazed upon the dual moons hanging low in the sky, one obsidian black, the other pearlescent white. In 7 days, these celestial bodies would align, heralding an eclipse that threatened to extinguish all light from the world. As she rushed from her chambers in the crystal spire, the very air crackled with tension. The Twilight Isles, a breathtaking archipelago of floating landmasses suspended in a sea of shimmering mist, seemed to tremble with foreboding. No sooner had Celine reached the grand hall than the massive doors burst open. In strode the imposing figure of Lord Umbra, leader of the Shadow Knights. His obsidian armor gleamed ominously in the ethereal light. The vision has come. Umbra's voice resonated through the hall. The eternal night approaches, and with it our ascendancy. Step aside, little oracle. Your time has passed. Celine stood her ground, her voice unwavering. The balance must be maintained, Lord Umbra. Eternal darkness will bring only ruin. With a dismissive wave, Umbra signaled his knights. They advanced on Celine, their shadowy forms rippling with malevolent energy. In that moment of peril, instinct took over. Celine's hands moved in an intricate pattern, weaving starlight into a dazzling barrier. Taking advantage of the knight's momentary blindness, she fled the spire, her heart pounding. She knew her destination, the Whispering Grove, where legends spoke of an ancient ally. As Celine raced through the floating islands, leaping from one to another with graceful bounds, the landscape shifted around her. Luminous flowers unfurled their petals, their soft glow a stark contrast to the encroaching shadows that seemed to chase her every step. At last, she reached the grove, a cathedral of ancient trees with bark that shimmered like polished silver. At its heart stood a massive oak, its branches reaching towards the twilight sky like grasping fingers. Great Guardian, Celine called out, her voice trembling with urgency. I seek the one known as Ash, the last of the shape-shifting dragons. Our world stands on the brink of eternal darkness. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, with a sound like thunder, the ancient oak began to shift and change. Bark became scales, branches transformed into wings, and soon a majestic dragon stood before her, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. Young Oracle, Ash's voice rumbled like distant thunder. I have awaited this day with both hope and dread. The eclipse you foresee is but the beginning. A cosmic war looms, with the fate of not just our world, but all worlds hanging in the balance. Celine's mind reeled at the revelation. What must we do? We must gather the elemental guardians, Ash replied, lowering his head to allow Celine to climb onto his back. Only united can we hope to prevent the coming cataclysm. With a powerful beat of his wings, Ash took to the skies. As they soared above the Twilight Isles, Celine marveled at the beauty of her home, the crystalline waterfalls that flowed upwards, the floating gardens teeming with magical flora, and the shimmering barrier that separated their realm from the void beyond. Their first destination was the Inferno Peaks, a chain of volcanoes that pulls with the heartbeat of the world. Here, they sought Ignis, the fire guardian. As they approached, rivers of lava erupted into spectacular fountains of flame. From the heart of the largest volcano emerged a being of living flame, her hair a mane of flickering embers. I know why you've come, Ignis spoke, her voice crackling like a bonfire. The balance shifts, and the cold of eternal night threatens to extinguish my flames. Next, they journeyed to the aqueous depths, a vast underwater realm hidden beneath the misty sea. Diving into the crystalline waters, they encountered Naya, the water guardian. Her form was fluid and ever-changing, like the tides she commanded. The currents whisper of darkness. Naya's voice rippled through the water. I will lend my power to preserve the ebb and flow of light and shadow. Their quest led them to the Gaia's cradle, a lush forest where every leaf and blade of grass pulsed with vibrant life. Here, they found Terra, the Earth Guardian, a colossal being of living stone and tangled vine. The roots of the world tremble. Terra's voice rumbled like an earthquake. I will stand with you to keep our realm anchored in the light. Finally, they saw Zephyr, the Air Guardian, atop the windswept spire's towering mountains that pierced the very sky. A being of swirling mists and howling gales awaited them. The winds of change blow fierce. Zephyr's voice whistled through the peaks. I shall join your cause to ensure they do not blow out the light of our world." With the elemental guardians assembled, Selene and Ash returned to the crystal spire. But as they approached, their hearts sank. Dark tendrils of shadow writhed around the once pristine structure, and the air thrummed with malevolent energy. Lord Umbra stood at the spire's peak, the shadow knights arrayed behind him. In his hands, he held an artifact of terrible power, the Void Scepter, capable of hastening the eternal eclipse. "You're too late, Oracle." Umbra's voice boomed across the Isles. "The age of Twilight ends. Embrace the coming darkness." As he raised the scepter high, a beam of pure darkness shot towards the twin moons. The sky trembled, and the delicate balance began to shift. Selene's voice rang out, clear and determined. "Guardians, unite your powers. We must restore the balance." Ash took to the skies, with Selene upon his back. Around them, the elemental guardians unleashed their primordial energies. Fire and water, earth and air swirled together in a dazzling display of elemental fury. Channeling the combined might of the guardians, Selene wove a counterspell. Light and shadow danced around her fingertips as she sought to unravel Umbra's dark magic. The twin moons shuddered in their celestial dance, caught between shadow and light. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the fate of the world hung in the balance. With a final, desperate push, Selene poured every ounce of her power into the spell. A blinding flash illuminated the Twilight Isles, so bright that it seared away the encroaching darkness. When the light faded, the Shadow Knights were gone, their essence returned to the natural shadows of the world. Lord Umbra stood alone, the Void Scepter crumbling to dust in his hands. As Ash landed before the fallen lord, Selene dismounted, her eyes filled with compassion rather than triumph. "The balance is restored, Lord Umbra, but it is fragile, as it has always been. Will you join us in maintaining it, rather than seeking to overthrow it?" Umbra, his shadowy armor fading to reveal a man worn by centuries of bitterness, looked up at Selene with newfound understanding. I had forgotten the beauty of twilight," he whispered, "the interplay of light and shadow. Yes, young Oracle, I will stand with you as a new day dawned on the Twilight Isles, or perhaps it was a new night, for in this realm of eternal balance, such distinctions held little meaning. Selene stood with her newfound allies. The elemental guardians, Ash the shape-shifting dragon, and even the reformed Lord Umbra gathered around her. Together, they would watch over the delicate balance of their world, guardians of a twilight realm where light and shadow danced in eternal harmony. For they now understood that true balance was not the absence of darkness, but the acceptance of its necessary role in the grand tapestry of existence. And so, as bards would sing for eons to come, the Twilight Isles entered a new age of enlightenment, an age where the wisdom of shadow and the hope of light intertwined, creating a symphony of twilight that would echo through eternity. Story 8. In the misty realm of Avalon, where ancient magic slumbered beneath rolling hills and whispered through enchanted forests, a legend stirred from its centuries-long slumber. The once and future king, Arthur Pendragon, had returned. At first, the land rejoiced. Banners of gold and crimson unfurled from castle battlements, and the air rang with songs of celebration. But as the days passed, a shadow fell over Avalon. The Arthur who had returned was not the noble king of legend, but a twisted reflection, his eyes glinting with cruel ambition, and his voice carrying the chill of winter's bite. In the teeming streets of Camelot, now a city of fear rather than chivalry, a young woman named Naimu darted through the shadows. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the crowds warily as she pulled her cloak tighter around her slender frame. Descendant of the great wizard Merlin, Naimu carried both his legacy and his burden. As the tolling of the great bell signaled the hour of curfew, Naimu slipped into a hidden alleyway. There, in the flickering light of a guttering torch, she met her co-conspirator, a hooded figure whose broad shoulders and battle-scarred hands spoke of a warrior's life. "Did you find it, Naimu?" The man's voice was low and urgent. Naimu nodded, reaching into the folds of her cloak to produce a small cloth-wrapped bundle. As she unfolded it, a golden circlet gleamed in the torchlight, its surface etched with runes of power. "The crown of immortality," she whispered. the source of Arthur's unnatural life and power. The hooded man reached out, his fingers hovering over the crown, but not quite touching it. After all these years, he murmured, to see it again. Nymu's eyes widened as realization dawned. You're him, aren't you? Sir Lancelot. The man lowered his hood, revealing a face that bore the weight of centuries. His eyes, once praised in ballads for their warmth, now held a haunted look. What remains of him, at least, their moment of revelation, was shattered by the clatter of armored boots on cobblestones. Intruders. In the name of King Arthur, surrender. Lancelot's sword was in his hand in an instant, its blade gleaming with an inner light. Run, Nymu. The future of Avalon depends on you. As Nymu fled, the crown clutched tightly to her chest. The clash of steel on steel echoed through the night. Lancelot, once the greatest of Arthur's knights, now stood as the last bastion against his former king's tyranny. Nymu ran until her lungs burned, the streets of Camelot giving way to mist-shrouded forests. As she paused to catch her breath, leaning against an ancient oak, a voice like the rustle of leaves made her start. So, the wheel of fate turns once more. From the mists emerged a figure that seemed woven from moonlight and shadow, the Lady of the Lake, ageless guardian of Avalon's deepest magics. You bear a heavy burden, child of Merlin, the lady continued, her eyes reflecting starlight. The crown you carry has the power to break Arthur's grip on this realm, or to plunge it into eternal darkness. Nymu straightened, squaring her shoulders. Then guide me, lady. How can I use it to save Avalon? The lady's smile was tinged with sorrow. The crown's power is tied to the land itself. To break its hold on Arthur, you must take it to the heart of Avalon, the crystal cave where your ancestor, Merlin, first awakened his powers. As dawn broke over the misty hills, Nymu set out on her perilous quest. The land itself seemed to resist her passage, ancient magics awakening to bar her path. In the whispering woods, she outwitted treacherous will-o'-wisps that sought to lead her astray. At the Chasm of Echoes, she faced shadowy reflections of her own doubts and fears. Throughout her journey, Nymu felt the weight of the crown growing heavier, its magic pulsing in time with her heartbeat. At times, she could hear it whispering promises of power, tempting her to claim it for herself. But always, she remembered the haunted look in Lancelot's eyes, the fear in the streets of Camelot, and her resolve strength. As Nymu neared the crystal cave, she found her path blocked by a figure she had hoped never to face, Arthur himself. The once noble king now radiated an aura of malevolence, his armor black as night and his eyes gleaming with unholy fire. Did you think you could steal from me so easily, little witch? Arthur's voice boomed across the clearing, sending birds scattering from the trees. That crown is mine by right and by conquest. Nymu stood her ground, drawing upon every ounce of magical knowledge passed down through her bloodline. This crown belongs to Avalon, Arthur Pendragon. Its power was never meant for one man to wield. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Arthur's dark magic clashed with Nymu's ancestral power, the very earth trembling beneath their feet. Trees uprooted themselves to become Arthur's soldiers, while Nymu called upon the elements themselves to aid her. Just as it seemed Arthur would overwhelm her, a familiar voice rang out. Arthur, face me, old friend. Lancelot emerged from the forest, battered but unbowed, his sword glowing with righteous fury. As the two legendary figures clashed, Nymu saw her chance. Clutching the crown, she sprinted for the mouth of the crystal cave. Inside, the walls glittered with veins of pure magic, pulsing in rhythm with the crown in her hands. At the heart of the cave stood a crystalline altar, humming with power. Nymu knew instinctively what she had to do. Placing the crown upon the altar, she began to chant in the ancient tongue of magic, words that seemed to flow from some deep ancestral memory. As her voice rose, the crystals around her began to sing in harmony, their light growing brighter and brighter. Outside, Arthur faltered mid-strike, a look of confusion crossing his face. The dark aura surrounding him began to flicker and fade. Lancelot, seeing his opportunity, struck with all his remaining strength, his blade finding a gap in Arthur's armor. As Arthur fell, his body already beginning to crumble to dust, Nymu emerged from the cave. The crown was gone, its power dispersed back into the land from whence it came. Lancelot knelt beside his fallen king, tears in his eyes. "It's over, old friend. Rest now." In the days that followed, Avalon began to heal. The perpetual twilight that had shrouded the land lifted, revealing blue skies and golden sunlight. The people emerged from their homes, blinking in wonder at the world reborn. Nymue, hailed as the savior of Avalon, declined offers of power and position. Instead, she chose to wander the land, using her gifts to help heal the scars left by Arthur's reign. Lancelot, freed from his centuries-long vigil, joined her as protector and companion. And so, in taverns and great halls throughout Avalon, bards sing of Nymue the Crownbreaker and Lancelot the Redeemed. They tell of how the legacy of Camelot was not in the power of its king, but in the courage of those who dared to stand against tyranny. As for the Crystal Cave, it remains a place of wonder and mystery. Some say that on clear nights, when the stars align just so, you can still hear the echoes of Nymue's spell, a reminder that true magic lies not in crowns or swords, but in the hearts of those brave enough to fight for what is right. And in the deepest part of the forest, where the mists never fully clear, it's said that the Lady of the Lake still watches over Avalon, waiting for the day when the once and future king might return not as a tyrant, but as the noble leader he was always meant to be.